And in that, those were the seeds. Those are just the seeds. And, we're here now. And to be candid with you, the people in our stable over here, unsurprised. Completely unsurprised. Because basically what ended up happening, and, now we'll get into it, right? This happened. Right? You started moving around, and then what ended up happening is this curve on the right-hand side got flatter. It got more volatile and flatter. So the wider dispersion of different outcomes became true. And we're going to still have that, by the way. We are not out of this. I've called this on the newsletter. The bottom, as a result of Friday, no better than the bottom of the fifth inning. No better. Okay, so today's not financial advice. Financial markets, involve risk, etc., etc. That's still all true. The Substack and all this kind of other stuff is about trying to keep your eye on the ball, and ultimately that means that you need to understand this bottom formula. First, every financial valuation runs on that formula. We're going to call here, of course. Jack Queen, I have, people have nightmare hands and nightmare memories. That's mine. Not today. So King, Queen, doubt that the Ace, Queen lead, right? So that was probably a bigger lead. Ace, Queen, King, Queen would be horribly well disguised. Clubs. You have to call. Probably didn't want to see this card. King X. King X, King 7. Mexico. Yeah. Why such a big bet? I'm going to fold here. Jack Queen. Like I said, people have nightmares about certain hands. People with memory. Unfortunately, I remember almost everything. So the problem is that it's not that fun. That's certainly one for me. This person's sitting out. What are you doing? Fake sitting out? Fake sitting out until he wakes up with aces and pounds you after you try to steal one big blind? That person's actually sitting out. This is a slow tournament. It's a high roller, Sunday high roller, as you can see up there at the top of the bar. $500,000 guarantee. That's the entire prize pool. So big tournament, obviously. If I paid my own money, it would be what, $630? Excuse me. No chance. $630, like nuts. Like $630 for people to play against people who are way more experienced and better than you, plus randomness. No, thank you. This is not good. Why are there Okay, I want to say now we're going to be up and going. Indeed. All right. Welcome, everybody. A little bit later than I expected, largely to get, pictures and all this kind of good stuff. 3:15, East Coast. 3:15. It's a $500,000 tournament. The entry fee, $630. 0% chance that Jay is paying $630 of his own money into buying into this. No chance. So I qualified in earlier today while I was working and taking care of emails and stuff like this. And, you can see, people who have ever played poker know that, this is like a fold-a-thon for the most part. It's not the exciting half an hour TV show. That is not what's going on here at all. And not at this level. So it's not at this level in order to even pay for the qualifier. Generally speaking, I qualify, more than my fair share, for sure. All right, so what's going on here? So I'm seeing actually YouTube also. I'm seeing what's going on the screen right now on a different computer. And so you'll see me turning away to the side, and it's really to look at the other computer to make sure everything's, up and going well and correctly. Say hello. I wouldn't call us safe here by any means. 41 big blinds is not that many. We cannot just be passive here and try to make it. You can see up here, 9 levels left, but it's 2 hours before you get through the late registration. So I have 0 plans on paying the re-entry fee, paying another entry here. 0 plans whatsoever. So I'm going to get in as many of the points that I can as I possibly can. So I'm so bad at this that I don't know how the delay actually. I'm sure it's delayed. So I'm sure it's delayed. That setting I have right. Whether or not, what's being said and all this kind of stuff. I see that on the YouTube itself that, we've got this guy showed up. So, important stuff because, I was saying about playing golf in Traverse City, where I was playing at the Bear, person, what do you do? And, I told him, just remember stocks for show, bonds for dough. The person graduated from Michigan, has a graduate degree from Michigan, actually. What was it? Master of Public Health. He works for a durable medical equipment company. Anyway, I was basically like, don't muck around. Make sure you understand that that's your most important takeaway. Always. This is hideously misunderstood. And the reason is you turn on CNBC or Bloomberg TV and what you see is you've got, not on Bloomberg TV, not as much. You've got more talk about the bond market there. Can't even tell you how much smaller, minuscule, almost irrelevant. Nobody cares about Snapchat, I promise you. Nobody cares. Right? By the same token, if you go on Wall Street Bets, Reddit, you'll see obscure names, Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, GameStop, the ones that got all the news. Yeah, there is money to be made there and a lot of it, but people don't understand, how far behind, how far lower on the totem pole you are in the information flow. I come from that world. I come from that side of the phone. And while I'm not a stock person, I also understand the way that it's financed on that end. And there's a whole other side here that just does not get mentioned. The nature of the exercise, for example, in Bed Bath and Beyond, is nothing like I've seen on any of the streams or any of the Reddit posts. I'm like, what? What? This is unbelievable. You know, this game is a patience tester. I'm not. That's why I kind of multitask, and read my. I don't read my book by any means. This is my book, Maximize Your Medicare. It's for people in the United States, 65 years and older. 65 million people on Medicare. About 63 of them don't. 63 million have no idea of what's inside this book, and that's crazy to me. Right, because the fact is, this is about payoffs and costs, right? Medicare's insurance. Insurance is an option. Well, I'm going to tell you, I have no idea why people are this far off. So they, what? Oh, well, I don't understand Medicare. I don't understand my health insurance. I'll go ask my medical doctor. That may be true in other countries, right? Because of the fact that they've got socialized medicine or other structures. But, this is how you price insurance. This. Which is also should be looking like your poker game tree, by the way. And, oh yeah, by the way, if you find it a coincidence that Jay's cornered those topics and we're sitting here today, then you believe in the tooth fairy. If you think that those are coincidences, they're not. It also there are going to be poker professionals in here. There's no doubt about that. That said, that is, of course, the allure, and why people like to play poker is because we could have like a world champion here. But on any one hand, the randomness is so wide, the outcomes are finite. I laugh when people say, well, anything can happen in poker. It's a lot. It's not anything. I promise you that. It's not anything. It isn't. You're still bounded by 52. Right? So no matter what you say about these trees, about ultimate outcomes, it's not anything. Be a wide call. It's bad if I was just like sitting there going, oh, well. On the right hand of your screen, you can see what I'm looking at. You don't see like tons of individual names as far as individual stocks. So remember I was talking about Bed Bath and Beyond? Without knowing exactly, so I don't follow it or anything like that. And today's not financial advice. That's why it says not financial advice, not poker advice. Because it got run up because of some speculation that an influential investor was accumulating shares and taking place on the board. By the time that information made it to Wall Street Bets, you could see that subsequently, that person, I can't remember, Cohen, I think is the name. And sold all his interests. And he had very leveraged position excuse me, in Bed Bath & Beyond. He did not own the stock. He owned calls. So you had this so for every, let's just call it 0.5% increase in the stock, his own investment increased by much, much more than 0.5%, 1%, 2%, 3%. Well, they had, his position was so big, you have to file and make disclosures to the SEC. And then, of course, he followed those rules. That would be a problem if he didn't. Just to reveal later that, he was out. And they sold all of his position. Well, so if you're the flea on the tail of a dog following a message board, this isn't like, oh, well, this will occur over a 3-month period. This is like, 3 days, 3 hours. My point is that, over here on the right-hand side, you'll see individual names. Those individual names that I'm watching are for a specific reason as indicators of the market as a whole. Right? You need to remember that, because, right, what is even an informed person that can pick up the phone and call other very well-informed people, which I can do. That doesn't mean that you're going to be right. That doesn't mean that you're going to get in at the low. That doesn't mean that you have the edge enough to be profitable. It doesn't. That's not to say that speculation is necessarily bad, right? Because you just have to understand the nature of the exercise. You have to understand what these, what happens on these payout structure. Not this one. Where is it? Oh yeah, what a shock that I'd be showing you this, right? Which is akin to, you poker jocks are out there are going to say, okay, well, you're at showdown, somebody bets, and your question is whether you're going to call. And you'll very frequently go through the reasoning to say, okay, well, what's my probability of being right, and how much is it going to cost me? Right? I got to be right X%. I got to be right 25% of the time. I got to be right 30% of the time in order to profitably make this call over the long period. Right? This is not me revealing any poker or anything. This is just obvious, beginning stuff of what a poker player would go through. Well, in the same way, right? You're right, you're wrong. You're right, you're wrong. How much is this going to cost you? When you're that far down the information flow. And this is why, let's say for individuals, okay, if you want to punt around with these individual names that are sitting on the right-hand side of your screen, on the individual company name, you better know something, or you better have a perspective on what that is. And if wrong, you need to know it's time to go. Right? That if you're proven wrong, that it's time to go. And let's say you got lucky. Let's say you happen to get Bed Bath & Beyond as it went from basically $6 to what, $25? Okay. Right here in the middle of the pack, before we started the stream, I was all the way up to, what, 60? Something like that. I lost a flip. Somebody jammed ace 10 off into my king queen suited. I didn't have to call that, actually. The king queen suited. He was all in at like what, 15 blinds. I had like 15 blinds, I would say. Probably not a prudent call by me, probably. He had ace 10 offsuit. Flopped an ace. It was over quickly. This is obviously robo, auto fold. So back to over here, right? I mean, at any node, you have to remember you're still starting over here at the beginning. Doesn't matter that on Friday the equity markets were down 4.4%. Does not matter. And how different is that than, I just lost the last hand to this guy who I think is a superior player. It's not easy to just simply say, okay, well, this is a new hand. Right, and assign it correctly to skill versus randomness. Of course, I don't need to tell the poker jocks, right? That is part of the exercise, and that is absolutely the part of the exercise over here. So very much similar to poker. It's like entirely the same thing. It's one of my nightmares. I'm going to be running the stream and then I'm going to like hit call like wrongly or something like that during the stream. I mean, disaster. What disaster that would be. So on Friday, Chairman Powell spoke, and I had a live stream. I usually have one live stream about financial stuff on the weekends in the morning for an hour. I try to make it an hour exactly and then try to get off and shut down the stream. And usually it's, some component. Jay Powell was very terse. A 10-minute speech, I want to call it. And basically, he wasn't mincing words. I think a lot of the reason that he was that short was because it's like, hey, you're going to carve up every word, so let me just cut it down to the bare bones so you don't misunderstand. We're not lowering rates anytime soon. Stop that. Well, and in doing that, what did he tell you? Pretty simple, right? He told you the denominator's not going down that easily. We're not going to be pushing this this denominator down, which is R. The Fed is number one when it comes to determining R. There's no second place finisher here. I don't care who you are. The President of the United States? No. Absolutely not. I don't even know who's in second place not in the United States. There is no second place in the United States. Who's second place even in the world? I don't know. Lagarde? From ECB, maybe? She doesn't have the credibility on the global stage that, that the Fed chairman just by position has. over the past 2 weeks, he paraded his lieutenants up to the podium. Paraded. We're talking about 6, 7 Fed governors all telling you the same thing. We are not done raising rates. Market didn't listen. So finally, finally got up there on Friday and basically look at. We're gonna have higher unemployment. We're gonna have We're gonna have some pain for threshold for household and businesses, and basically he said tough rocks. For some amount, they're going to swallow it, and they're going to allow that to persist. What had been sitting in the market was the idea that, they would stop increasing R or start to turn around and lower it. He was like, you must be kidding me. That can't possibly be the conclusion. I'm chipping down pretty good here. Not a lot of good cards here in the hole. Before I started the stream, ran okay as far as card distribution. The randomness pre-flop was, good, which is a little worrisome for me. Then again, it allowed me to start the stream. This could have been like a 30-minute stream, or not a stream because I'd be out in 30 minutes. Still no. So in the stable here, you've got to have this right. Meaning that we've been on this path. Excuse me. There's your bottom line, right? We've been one-way train on lower on the denominator for the better part of since the financial crisis, and actually before then. Right? You've had basically a 4-decade bull run in the bond market, which is basically pushing down the denominator. So what ended up happening is everyone could say, oh, well, my Snapchat's going to grow at 10% a year, or my Gap is going to, keep making money. That's all talk about the numerator. So what ended up happening was no one's paying attention to the denominator for new persons, right? Because we've had interest rates both stable and straight down. Both. It's not only just the level, but the fact that it was that stable, just quiet, dead quiet. Except in one direction. If there are any movements, it was because the denominator was going down. The reality is that most of the Reddit crowd, Wall Street Bets crowd, have never seen R go up. Never seen it. And in fact, the first quarter of this year, first 4 months, and you can still say exists now, that, the investment community is still not fully, although they're getting it. They've had to get it. They've had to get it. They've had no choice. I'm going to show you this at some point here. Would be nice to get some cards at some point for the stream. It's Creative Commons music, lo-fi in the background. I don't even know what the channel is. Not sure what the channel is. We'd expect this to be not that interesting. Okay, so we're going to take a look over here at some of the line items here. Right? If you take a look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can understand why I'm looking at this particular set. I'm looking for particular indicators about price on, and you can go through here and benchmark or not. So, the most important number is this top number. This is the 10-year interest rate, U.S. government interest rate. It's a futures contract. More liquid than the cash. It is derivative contract. We will know. I actually am not paying attention to the cash market. I'm only paying attention to these futures markets for the most part. You can see this little dash here. It's not right, is it? So I'm focused on the benchmarks, right? Because, kind of one of the central principles of all of portfolio returns is the fact that the return is first determined by the ratio, the weights of stocks versus bonds versus asset class. This is about asset classification. Stocks, bonds, foreign stocks, foreign bonds, commodities, energy, hedge fund alternatives, real estate, precious metals, commodities, and on it goes under those big buckets. What you see over on the right-hand side of the screen is me keeping a pulse on that. So certainly crypto is part of it. And then you'll see very, very importantly that not lots of people gets no headlines until now. And even then it doesn't get the right attention, which is this third line item, or the line item here that says EUR USD future. Right, so bond traders are looking, stock traders are generally speaking look for what can go right? Because in other words, the stock can't go lower than $0 a share. There's quite a weeding out here. Nothing going on this table. Well, I don't think Trey Young 11 appreciated me defending the button. Default. One of the world's shortest streams. All right. Yeah. Doesn't even matter if I was beat, does it? Doesn't even matter if I had the better hand. I'm not sure it mattered. Back to the right hand side over here. So if you've been part of the stream here since the beginning, you've heard me say, please never forget the denominator. Please never think of it first. There's your first principle. That's your bedrock here. Because the amount of the earnings per share is these C's, right? Your rental income, let's say you own a real estate and somebody's paying you rent, right? It can be up or down, et cetera, based on affordable housing, et cetera. But if your cost of finance on the house is determined an R in literally every financial matter, no exceptions, none. Well, in the same household, and I was going to use a NSFW term, right? But it's a family show. So the very close wedded partner of interest rates is foreign exchange. Very close. Because what actually happens in the real world, and by real world, I'm talking about the professional world where the large money moves. Let's say you're the... I have to take a break here. Ten Jack Queen. There's probably another check. I don't have hearts. Probably lose ace to ace king. Yep. I could have bluffed at it for a pair, but the thing is the cards were so bad on the board. You know, if we're playing high card, you know, he's not folding, or she. So that's kind of stuck. I got Maynard in Texas talking about the Cowboys in the chat. One of the two people in the... So you can see poker technical game. People who play poker professionally, etc., etc., and now, especially in this day and age, you know, simulations which are run off, you know, game theory optimal, etc., etc. You know, the reality is that before you got to that, you need to have some kind of concept about what wins and what doesn't win, and what future iterations actually occur in a world of randomness and uncertainty. Well, you know, if that doesn't remind you of this, then I don't know what to tell you, right? This is particle motion for, you know, physics jocks, right? And I'm not a physics jock, but you can now understand why actually quantitative trading, you know, program trading, you know, is existing, right? They're building that. And in that, you know, you don't need to know how to program a Monte Carlo simulation for securities or your portfolio. You do, however, have to have some sensitivity, some understanding to the inputs. That's important. That is important. And in that, tells you about this year and why it's been so difficult. And up on Jay's corner, you'll see worst start in 50 years or some other types of things talking about that. And the reason has been, like I've said, people don't know this. So what ended up happening, right, is stocks down. People could live with stocks down by itself, but bonds also down by the same degree. That's a combination we've not seen. So, poker people say, okay, the combinometrics or combinometrics or however you say this like crazy word. But it's the same principle. Right? It wasn't the fact that Google is down. That by itself is okay. The problem is that the 30-year long bond was down by the same percentage. Yikes. Especially when people sell stocks and buy bonds. Well, that broke down entirely. I want to play this kind of hand, but not out of position. I want to say that our time is probably not great, which is okay. The problem with, I was happy to qualify. The problem with qualifying is then you're stuck in front of the computer, which I actually don't want to be, like at all. I have like other things to do away from the computer. I have more computing to do, but the reality is that I'd like to do some other things, but I'm kind of stuck. Not that I'm I'm not bummed out because I'm talking here in front of you, and you can understand why I have an interest in broadcasting a poker video, which seems like a very, very different topic compared to the right-hand panel. The factors I've just spoken about, the factors I'm always going to be speaking about, are directly tied to the technique in analyzing your portfolio. I had the same thing happen with this guy. I had fives, he had fives, and we had a showdown. Everyone with fives. Weird. Things that make you go, So this is pretty trash here. Pretty trash. So there's a pretty big down drift. At some point, well, let's hope I don't run out of patience. Although you can probably hear in my voice that I'm not at wit's end by any means. I'm not as patient as on this type of thing just because I know that I've got a long to-do list. So you could hear from so far on the stream, right, is that I'm like telling people like, look, this, what you've been told on CNBC, what you've been told on Reddit, Wall Street Bets isn't really the way that the professional market works. It's not what, you go to the bar, hang out with your friends, and you have this like talk. Portfolio type of stuff, financial markets is just, kind of up front or out front and center, I should say. It's not the sole topic where misinformation exists. It's stunning. Yeah. I didn't understand my health insurance. I went to my doctor. As some people know, the subscribers to the newsletter know, and people who have followed me for years have known, my late father, medical doctor. My father was not an insurance person. I tell people, look, could he understand what this is? Yeah, of course. He's seen the curve on the right-hand side of this screen? Yeah, of course he has. In fact, you should be very, very worried if your doctor has never seen this structure, right? that doesn't mean that he is educated on the payoff structure of what happens under different scenarios on financial contracts. That's different. It's pretty funny, like, people say, and the mislabeling here is serious. Right, I was watching TheStreet.com. I don't usually watch TheStreet.com. It just happened. I do watch Fast Money, which is the show at 5 p.m. Eastern, called Fast Money. It's the singular one that I will watch on DVR at some point on a volatile day. That's true. It happened to go to Jim Cramer, and then one of the segments he runs is, Am I Diversified? So we're not doing well here. He said, in order to get diversification, let's add Humana. I mean, Humana's fine. It's the second largest Medicare carrier in the United States, which is a good market, obviously. 60 million people plus. Good to be second in market share. My point is that Jim Cramer referred to it as healthcare. Can't beat 3 other people, right? I want to say, okay, it's a break. I need a break. I'll be back. So basically, it was CNBC.com. I don't watch CNBC that much, but the show is actually called Fast Money, 5 p.m. Shout out to them. They've you get asked, okay, well, yeah, that's the short run. What about in the long run, et cetera, et cetera? Well, now, it kind of goes back to here, right? Which is, yeah, but we're still back here at the red arrow. You have to keep that in mind. In a difficult year where the entire market has had a difficult year, right? All asset classes across the board, you've had to be nimble minded. You stick to something that was actually technically wrong, right? Because, what was 100 units is now 85 units. If you're, I'm going to start showing some other stuff here. I'm going to shut down the echo here. I think that shuts down the echo. Well, this could be the end of the stream. It's not likely I'm going to be folding anything in here. No ace, no king. No ace, no king. No ace, no king. Nice. Well, I fixed that. Back in it. The stream lives. The stream lives. All right, so I'm going to pull this up here on the screen here. Look, everyone, it's not going to get better than this. This is the world-class investor here. Right? This can sit in your 401k very easily. This or something that looks really similar to it. We're going to have to pay attention here, however. think he wants to see this. I don't either. I have a club. Ace, 10, or club. I'm going to just check. I don't want him to like jam something on top of me here. That's not a card we're going to see. It's not a worst card. Ace high can be good here. Right? And I don't think, no one probably sitting here betting. I doubt it. Let's just sit here and just see if. So I block ace, nut flush draw. Okay, so this is the card we wanted to see, obviously. I'm going to call pretty much everything. My 10's probably okay. So, back alive, 452 still alive. It's like so long. Board that neither of us wants to see. He's probably betting I'm going to give up. Expected. Right, very expected. I could raise on here, but, you know, he has like 6s or something. 7s. Dead. Negatory here for me. Okay, so and what I mean by this upper right hand corner here, right? I'm gonna narrow it down for you. So it's a point I've been making in the newsletter. Have I told you about the newsletter? jo.stubsack.com. There's a free and a paid version. It's to try to kind of correct the kind of misunderstanding, the mislabeling, and therefore the misunderstanding about financial topics that you're going to run into every day. The logic can be there so you can understand, you know, extended warranty on your refrigerator. Let's take a look. See this over in the far right hand corner? Minus 14.68. So your $100 that you started this year is now 86, 85. So fine. Okay, the market's up by 10. Let's say, for example, from here, the market goes up by 10%. That's still up to 93.5. You're still down 6.5 from where you were at the beginning of the year. This is the weakness of when people are like fixated and go, oh, well, you know, we're going to be up to here, you know, on average. Yeah, we've traveled down so far. The amount that has to go up is, you know, double in order to make up losses. So this is why the idea of, okay, in theory, it might sound like, you know, this or that for the long run, but what happens if you're wrong? Oh yeah, what happens if you're wrong? You know, the very same thing, the identical thing that we're asking ourselves at every card. Yeah, I can call that showdown on the river. The guy's bet a third, he's bet half pot. So I have a 1 in 4 chance. Am I right by more than 25% of the time to win that amount of money, or that number of chips? And this is basically, okay, probability 1 minus probability, and what's your payout? Wow, what a bad run out that is. Jeez. What a card. What a river. So you can see what I'm saying, which is that, you thought there was entirely different logic to our game that I'm showing you here on the screen. And the reason that it's sitting here on Jay's corner and the reason that I'm here is because to show you the attachment point on the reasoning that we're using in this game, and other people at far higher levels than I, of course. But ultimately, the exercise is structurally the same. You just have to understand how the jargon is actually obscuring, making all this stuff look and feel different. No. Jay's Corner is about, hey, get a hold of yourself, get a hold of your common sense first. And then let's not discard the logic that you're using to survive or thrive in different walks of life just because the topic is different. Your numbers have to be right? But your numbers have to be right here in poker as well. Otherwise, you've misanalyzed what you thought your equity was. You've got effective stack. Well, now it's P times the possible payout. So now all the fancy poker talk, right? Implied equity, implied odds, etc., etc. And in that, it goes the other way too for poker. Right, so you're playing poker and you're sitting across some guy. I've never seen him play poker. He looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. Maybe. You don't know. Right? Maybe he knows all about this. Let's say he's an expert in this. Guess what? I got something to tell you. He or she is going to be able to handle some probability of 52 napkins. Going to be able to. So you're sitting there, you just don't know. You're sitting there and you're like, oh, well, this guy's no good or this guy's inexperienced, etc., etc. Yeah, you may, because you have not seen that person in that forum, maybe, and you could be wrong there too. On this channel, you'll see me, roasting Landon Tice for giving 9 big blinds to, Bill Perkins. Bill Perkins, energy trader. The number of moving factors here make 52 cards look like, rounding error. Kidding? Right? I mean, this whole thing, this entire construct here is like, you don't compare, the things that he's had to go dealing with energy, heating oil, natural gas, crude, WTI, all the different factors on the price compared to 52 cards. Come on. If we go back up here to the upper right hand of the screen, I'm going to pull up another company here. I'll show it to you. So you can remember that 14.68, right? $14.81. Everything the same except for the company, which is BlackRock. I'm not comparing the valedictorian to the class clown. I'm not. That's head of the class. What was it? 14.81? 14.6. 0.13% from each other. Not a percent. 0.13%. On $100, for those of you keeping score at home, that's 13 cents on $100. So also when people say, okay, well, you know, portfolio construction and the way that these guys are doing this is like some hocus pocus and random stuff. Yeah. That's how far the misinformation about the professional market to the individual market is. The stunning thing is that people think that, you know, financial companies are making this stuff up. So, yeah, they're different by 13 cents on $100 and they're making it up. After what the world has been through for almost 8 full months. It's unlikely. All right, we got some action here. 2 all-ins. It's a race. The race ends. The race is just about over. Yeah. So not awful. Not awful. Another very close thing when it comes to financial markets and our exercise here on the screen, right? Not every time is an opportunity to win, right? Sometimes this probability and your EV is going to be negative here at the beginning. It's the way it goes, right? I'm not saying a thing here that a poker player doesn't know. Not a thing, right? Yet you can understand much in the same way. Friday, we could see the market straight down. Didn't mean that individual investors should be in there. It's a good hand, certainly not going to fold. What are we going to do if somebody like rips on top? Probably have to fold then, but let's see here. What we're about to see now. Okay, obviously very good. Okay, a 7 or a club. Either one of those two would be nice, thank you. 7, ace, or club. Ace could still be good here. Bet as a bluff. He could have a busted flush. The problem with limping the flop. So I made a mistake on the pre-flop. You know, I could have raised there, try to push off some weaker hands, but decided not to. So we won't be making that mistake here, obviously. No idea how long the stream's going to last, of course, because I'm not sure. Well, of course, we would love for it to last for another hour and a half. 6 o'clock Eastern. This screen here will start populating itself with numbers, and these numbers up at the top on the right hand panel, these futures, the ones with the slashes here, will all start to act. Right? Part of not really since the great financial crisis, right? But before then, and one thing that we've come to know for persons like me who have lived abroad in other countries. Ugh. Okay, that's just showing off. I'm going to make a tight fold here. I don't like what's going on. If I were a robo player, I would definitely have called, if not even raised there. Middle position. Ace 5 suited. Good hand. I was trying to send something to somebody. One bad thing about the stream, or one of the many bad things about the stream, is that all the anticipation for 10-7 offsuit. What are we doing here? Trying to shut off some of this stuff. You'll see on the right hand part of the screen. So, I don't know, what was it now? Probably an hour ago, I was talking about euro. The reason that you're watching around the clock, the reason I'm watching around the clock to some degree, I'm not sitting there all night just looking at these 10 line items, but the United States is just not as big in the global economy as it was. And so now, we got interrupted. Let's say you're the Bank of Singapore or the government of Singapore. You have truckloads of US dollars. Scouring the planet for yield. You don't care about Snapchat. You care about the dollar return on your assets. The Singapore dollar return. Sorry. So you're looking at foreign exchange. I just only happen to have the euro up there. These markets are so much bigger than Twitter, Tesla, S&P 500. Maybe only Apple matters, which is, of course, here on the screen, right? Because I'm trying to gauge what is as equities as a whole, not Apple, new product release. That is not the point. Elephant definitely in the room here is the euro. Pipped. All right, you can see either the software has turned up the volatility index or the chips are starting to go in with a lot more violence. So the euro is now at parity, meaning €1 for $1. That's lower by 20%. Right, which is great for you if you're on your way to, Prague for vacation. Because now everything is a lot lower. Or if you're going to Italy to buy some clothes. That's great, right? Because you're going to go there, you're going to exchange your dollars for euro, you're going to buy clothes which are denominated in euro. So it's cheaper. The flip side is also true. Gonna raise here. Wow. That was a one. If this wasn't a live stream, that I could have sent it in there, but then that would have happened, right? And this is the issue. Yeah. This person here, pretty aggressively opening pre-flop. All in from the small blind, huh? I'm just trying to buy one. I don't have a strong enough hand to defend here, even though this could entirely be just a range bluff, weak ace. Doesn't matter. I wasn't ending this. The stream on ace queen offsuited, so probably not doing it there either. Still don't feel that great. What is it? 67 minutes. Right, the professionals are thinking about, okay, let's build a stack so that we can, try to contend for winning it. I get all that. I have different motivations than that. First of all, and even though it's not supposed to be thought of this way, right? My entry point is not $630. I'm like, no, I don't even remember how much it was. It's not a tenth of that. Definitely not. What's going on here? Interesting. This is button defend. So your concern here is, it's a problem at 90 cents on the dollar. It's a problem here at par, back to the euro, right? Which is, it's not a great thing for a dollar and euro to be at par, because now we cannot sell the Ford in Europe. Either the prices in euro have to go up, in which case Ford can't sell Fords in Europe. That's one. Or the second one is, let's say that they have the same market share. Oh, nice. If they have the same market share, the problem then is that Ford makes less US dollars as revenue, which is also a problem. So you can see this is creating this imbalance. And if this imbalance persists, entire competitiveness of countries changes if this persists. Just ask Sony what they thought of Samsung 25 years ago, right? Which is a story that I've told to some people. Right, there's your answer. Somebody famous sent me an email saying, I can't believe how decisively Korea has caught and passed Japan. I said, you're a journalist, basically. You're not a macroeconomist or understanding what's going on in these countries. Wow. What was that? All right. All right, it looks like we're at the business end here. How many levels have you been playing? This is crazy. 17 levels. We've made it through 17. We're at level 18. We've got 2 big stacks here. We can handle the rest, I think. Can't handle those 2 stacks though. All right. I'm probably ripping this. So I want the stream to keep going, but this one I'm going to have to just let it rip. This is just tournament play. One of these two people could call. That's right. They also now know that if you try to muck around, I can go over top, so I needed to. It's probably a good thing I did that. That's given the flop leg, which is like a dream hand, and it got even better. My ace jack from last hand is probably no good if you're superstitious at all. Would have lost, cried, and then just for the after effect to be this run out. My God. This thing doesn't update well, just so you know. Like at all. Can't believe there's still 400 people left. Holy. How many entrants were there? 1,026. Huh? A lot of entries. So on the grids, but the poker jacks, King 7 suited can be a rip. So remember I was telling you it's important to know how the models work, even if you're not running the model. There's certain game theory optimal opening grids which called that hand that I had just a jam, meaning betting all of your chips at once pre-flop. Maybe it was a $1 tournament I would have done it. Maybe if I weren't streaming, I would have done it. just for kicks. Right? Get everyone else to fold, get it heads up. You can understand. I mean, it's quite understandable why the pre-flop charts might say that. But yes, King 7 suited is one. Okay. I have to fight for some hands at some point here that I passed. I don't like this early position. Well, I didn't know this was going to happen. You know, then again, I would have faced this probably then as well. And I would have had to fold. Didn't know that then, but, you know, so I could have limped or 2 blinds. We've still got these guys here. They bet 4 or 5 blinds, and I'm going to be gone. That's it. The end. If you take a look at this list, I'm going to explain why. See this one, copper? Oil and copper. So I am looking at the commodity complex. So a couple of things here is, these prices here haven't gone down that much. You could say that this is evidence of inflation declining. But I'm going to show you this. What you have to know here is that these prices, right? That these commodities are denominated in dollars. So what's going to look like, for example, you could have a situation where, right, you have a physical good changed into dollar price. Let's say the dollar weakens. These prices are going higher. If the supply demand exists and at the unchanged, then this is actually runs counter to the idea that inflation has peaked. You see copper here? There's a reason for copper. For people who watch the economy and stuff like that, they call copper Dr. Copper. PhD in macroeconomics. I'll highlight it for you. Folds. So this is notably higher during this time that oil's dropping, oil's caving, etc., etc. Right? That is something that you've seen in the headlines. I'm pulling it up on another screen. We'll get to it in a moment. No, I'm not in the market for watches. So this is investing.com. So you see this the low down here? That's $3.14. It is now $3.70. If the price of one of your raw materials that you use for construction goes from 315 to 370, it's 55 divided by 315. It's 20% higher. This is the middle of July. It's 5 weeks ago. In other words, that's a lot higher in fast time, and also with the dollar stronger. So if anything, the dollar stronger here has made our inflation numbers look lower, because these commodities have been dampened in price. Otherwise, they'd be higher, a lot higher. This sounds a lot more complicated than how many users does Facebook have in a day, right? Indeed. There's a reason it sounds more complicated. It's a lot more complicated. The amount of money in there is much bigger. All right. Can't muck around here. So we're gonna have to come up with the idea that, you know, this stream can end at any point in time here in pretty quick order. We don't have that many chips. We've done well to get to this spot. People are going to be very interested to... Yeah, here's the issue here. What are we going to do about these others? Now we're out of position. This person... I call this person jams. And then I have to fold. So I have to fold now. Dang it. I'll be interested to see. This person can rip. Yeah, for sure. Well, Jack King wouldn't have worked out very well. Right? Because we wouldn't have been able to call if this person raised all, which you end up doing and then lost, right? So, I mean, this person was never folding, was not folding at that level, given his chip size, given how many chips he had already committed. So, you know, I'd be out. Okay. That was too snug. You know, now I'm stuck, right? Because somebody has a club and I've got a set. So, I don't know. Open rip and then see what happens. I suppose. as I said, at some point here. And you can see it's not that fun, as always, because I've got to still be here. It's not always as easy to do as you say. It's probably good that I'm having the stream right now. I would have like thrown something. I would have thrown something and yeah. I was going to say that, we're going to make it to the next break, but who knows. All right, we're about to hit a break. I'm going to go on this break. Okay. Inside the value of a company is, and let's just call this Jay's Rib Shack. It's a name I like to use because, I'm not making fun of anyone other than myself. That's what I like to do. So anyway, what do I have? I have the value is the value of the bonds and then the value of the stock. And this right away people don't understand. Right? My enterprise value, Jay's Rib Shack in whole, is the value of my bonds, the amount of money I've borrowed, and then the value of my stock. So let's say I have got like 100 shares in the world. The point here is this person is first in priority. There's no getting around this rule. In other words, let's say I've borrowed $1 million to create Jay's Rib Shack, and I've borrowed it and I've sold bonds of $1 million. And I raised the $1 million of capital in order to create Jay's Rib Shack. Fine. In addition to that, I issued 100 shares of stock. This is going to be long-winded. I'll try to, it's hard to keep the meat on the bone, but I'll try to do it the best that I can. So what you see in this meme stock world, what you basically have is a bunch of talk about the stock. Yeah. Professionals are also looking at the value of the bond. There's many reasons that the mantra for Jay's Corner is stocks for show, bonds for dough. Many reasons. We're going to get to the punchline when we talk about Jay Powell. He spells his name wrong. Anyway, Professionals are looking. Now, let's just say Jay's Rib Shack bonds. I said I borrowed $1 million. Let's say the private market or the public market where my bonds are trading in the world are trading at $400,000, not $1 million. The market is telling you this is why I use Jay's Rib Shack, right? Because I'm not naming a particular company that I think is good or bad. My point here is the private investment market will not have access to the price of that 400,000. Doesn't. You don't get to call up Fidelity and say, okay, I want to buy some of Jay's Rib Shack bonds. You don't. Ever. Forget it. In other words, if you get the price from here, they're going to tell you 600. They're going to tell you 450,000. They're not going to tell you where the professional market is transacting on that bond. The problem that this creates, and this is just the first easiest layer to describe to you. This is the easiest layer, not the hardest, the easiest. If my bonds are trading at 40 cents on the dollar, what is Jay's Rib Shack stock worth? Not a lot, right? Because I can't pay, the real world is telling you that I can't pay my first priorities. So the residual, the one who gets the dregs, which is stock. And so what you have here is a bunch of different exercises. There's no getting around this, right? This is the value of an enterprise. I mean, this is indisputable. The problem here is because of the fact that the private market cannot see what this is, and the professional market does. They also now know that this tells you that the stock is not worth a lot. So what do? Hedge funds, and there are hedge funds that are doing this entirely. Buying bond, shorting stock. And this is capital structure arbitrage. And the fact that you don't understand what capital structure arbitrage is should be a warning shot to you. That you need, so now back to GameStop and AMC. For the same year, I've heard this particular person say, well, I've got some edge and know something about GameStop, and as a result, I've done a bunch of research. Your research is not going to get you the market. All right. It's not here, but, we are now short. It's the 3 levels left. That doesn't matter to me too much. 126 places paid, so out of the money still, but nothing to worry about. That doesn't really register. What does register is the fact that, I still haven't forgotten I gave up what would have been a flop set. But it was a monotone board, and somebody could have played it tough, and then we would have had a problem. There's a lot of hours that are spent here on this thing when I'm supposed to be doing other work. The short stacks in here is going to start to rip. I have to be careful. Yo. Gets there with the ace. Serbia, Sweden, Australia, Austria, Portugal. Only 2 people from the US. Add one more here. See if I can. It's not very good. That's not very good. Almost. Not quite good enough, but ace 8 suited is a rip, but I'm probably going to pass here. So much like the right-hand column of your screen, right? Sometimes the opportunity does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. Right. This thing is so far off that you've got to fold. You can just fold. Remember, you're back up at that red arrow underneath the payout table. Right. What do I do? Rip king 2? Get a king. Just ace jack. This is me answering an email for work. Oh, really? Pretty close. Bet. Call. He wants to rip. It's just really bad. You got a call, right? was it, right? My hand's too weak. Even if I hit the flop, am I going to kick out two people with what results with the pot, which is 11? The answer is going to be no, so I had to fold. Sad. Well, could be the last hand. Let's see. We're fine going down here, right? If we're going to lose, you know, then we're going to assign it to randomness, no doubt. We've done what we can control. We have. So. No jack. No jack. No spade. Okay, no jack. Nice. Even if you know you're ahead, that doesn't stop you from yelling at the screen, right? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. No, this will not be us. Bleecker Street. I know Bleecker Street very well. Hello, Manhattan. Austria. I'm just doing this for kicks. Somebody bet so I can fold. And no interest in this. No interested in out of position. I'll give you half a chip. Button defense plan. What are you doing? Thank you. Big stack defending the big blind? That's the question. We're going to absolutely have to play, but what are we going to play for? I'm going to sit here. Let's sit this out. I've seen these players play. I've been moved to tables. We're obviously not in that weak, huh? A little unfortunate. It's fine. Jack 7 suited. Not 7's the part. You know, obviously Jack 8, Jack 9's a call. Jack 7. I don't know. You poker jacks probably have a different, can have a different opinion there. That's for sure. So in an hour, we're going to know, what, no, it's not going to be an hour. In 48 minutes, we're going to know kind of the reason I'm interested here is Asia's going to open, right? Asia's going to open. Small race here. Ace or king looks like threes. Threes survive. Gets the double. Put your tournament on life with threes, huh? I'll have to remember that one. Now it's another call. Three-way. Probably. I could still be good here a lot of the time. Play it as if I have tens. Gonna have a pair here, so I'm not sure. Can't beat an ace, can't beat any, even a pair, so I have to fold. Not that happy about that, obviously. Don't like to miss king, queen. So we're going to have the open here in 30 minutes. And then we're going to get some more. I would expect some fireworks here. Because Friday, at the end of the day, there's a steep drop at the last hour. Back to what professional market knows that private people would not know. So the way it happens is when people buy or sell mutual funds, all of the orders get consolidated, get executed at the end of the day. Because what happens is you've got X units of a mutual fund. It's called Fidelity Growth Fund. I'm going to turn on the volume here. It's important. In that case, what ends up happening is, so let's not say you had 1,000 units of Fidelity Contra Fund in the world. And now all of a sudden, people dribbled in orders and they sold 5 of the units. It doesn't happen intraday. It happens at the end of the day. In addition to that, other people know this in the professional market. So you've got on Friday in the late afternoon on a weekend when a lot of the senior people are gone, it's like so illiquid and so difficult to actually see through the crossfire. It's hard to get the information from a particular market move. Friday we had a plunge, so what I'm going to be trying to see for a large number of the next hours is actually to see what is going on, to see whether or not Asia was watching, which they could not have been at 3 o'clock Eastern time to 4 o'clock Eastern time, right? That's the middle of the night in Singapore, Japan, Taiwan, Korea. There's tons of money over there, right? And because the United States doesn't have, a hammerlock on the amount of global capital any longer, right? You cannot just ignore what these other huge pools of capital are doing. So today is not going to be, today at 6. The reality is when I started this stream, I was thinking, am I going to make it till 6? But we're here now, right? Close enough. 30 minutes. Lots can happen in 30 minutes. You can see it. I'm still only 244th out of 358. And I didn't show you the rest of the rest, right? But basically there are 1,223 entries and now there are 358 remaining. So not, let's see here. I'm dumb. Boo. Uh-oh. I have to be pretty serious here because still not doing very well. We're the short stack here. People will respect that to some degree, but So it's the business end, no question about it, in many ways. Nasty. Ah, the software strikes. Now they give me the kiss of death by giving me the same hand, huh? All right. They put me at a table with all deep stacks, huh? Wow. When I was playing the qualifier, I ended up like 5th. I was only 3rd best at the table with like 40 people. I'm like, what? It's like crazy. It's like the software is like telling you, okay, we'll see how you do with this. Well, now the So I am expecting fireworks here this morning, right here, right at dinner time in the United States. Absolutely. I don't think there's any way around that. We're gonna have, because a lot of the things that happen at the end of the day on Friday have to sort themselves out. Okay, this is the way it's gonna work, I think. And even then, it's gonna change, because then what happens is, you know, somewhere in this 8 to 11, there's a bunch of different stuff. And then again, in the middle of the night at 2 to 3 o'clock when Europe opens. The timing of Friday's Jackson Hole speech couldn't have been worse. It's a little weird, actually, that the Federal Reserve, they know this, and nevertheless, they have the most important influential person speaking on a Friday. I don't know. Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning, you know, the rest of the world didn't have time to adjust to what was going on. Then I'm counterfeited on the river. We're going to have to put up a fight at some point here. Not with Jack 6 offsuit. But Some more insight here. I realize, we're jumping around on topics. It is a negative of the newsletter, but you should still subscribe. You can see the address down there, the URL, jo.substack.com. Be sure to check it out. There's a free and paid version. The free version, the paid version will have certain comments, and what happens, there's a separate website where the videos and things like that, after this many entries, it's a filtering system, candidly. It is a weakness of the Substack, which is that, it doesn't allow for indexation, which is kind of a bummer. I'm not sure, could they create categories and tags and stuff like that? Yeah, I think they could/should, but no one's asking me. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. Unrelated topics. Yesterday, I entered my first season-long fantasy football league. That's a stream. I made some mistakes early because it was about portfolio construction, and instead, what I was doing is I was talking about how, fantasy football season long, how it's very similar to constructing a portfolio of the items on your right. Nice run out with a 10. It's like software saying, see what you missed, see what you missed. And a diamond. Check 5. Five. King Jack. Nice. No. Oh, no. Flopped a set. God dang it. I'm like, oh, King, yay. Oh, 5. All right. There's nothing you can do over there. Right play, wrong outcome. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. Well, reality is that it was always going in, right? I had top pair with the jack on the flop. I wouldn't have, someone flops a set on you, you're kind of screwed. That's what I was saying is, I was like, oh no! But the reality is that I wasn't getting away from that blind against blind. Me with top pair and the jack wasn't happening. Was not happening. So, and it is an important part of financial stuff, right? Which is that, I'm not that upset. It stinks. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather it didn't happen. But the reality is that is just randomness. You have to call it random. Now, in poker, experienced poker player knows this, right? Which is that they're like, look, that was going to happen, period. That's it. You're going to have to accept that as an outcome. And we're going to have to accept this as an outcome. I get it. That's going to make it fun, but the guarantee was 500,000. The actual prize pool is 866,000. Wow. Still not in the money. Not even close. Yeah. King 8. Wow. Why does stuff like happen to me? All right, so this is not a bad time to end the tournament and the stream, right? 5:44. A little earlier than I'd hoped, but I'm going to accept this. Go ahead. Now I get a walk? Dang it. I don't need a walk, I need a double. So, I haven't been paying too much attention to the pool and all this kind of stuff. 126. What's the price structure actually? Pretty fun, right? They're not telling you how much it is. 147,000 for first. It's a big one. I'm not thinking about that, obviously. There are 400 people left. I'm in 300th place. It's been good, though. Not bad. Oh, great. I get to see the... Well, now I got a clip for the for, for YouTube shorts. Oh my god. Not too bad. So, like I said, I'm going to expect some fireworks here. So, I'm going to rip down through here. Okay, these are self-evident, right? This is Ethereum. If you look under the right-hand column, I'm going to go through the columns and why I'm looking at them. Apple should be self-evident, largest component of the S&P 500. We're going to have to interrupt that because obviously, self-evidently, late position. Somebody bet. So I want somebody to call, but then of course I want to win. Or everyone to fold. Take that also. Either one of those two is okay. Wow. Pretty safe. even I can't lose that one. Wow. All right. And we got another clip for... Can we just hit repeat, please? Wow. Maybe ACR likes the stream and the fact that I'm talking about the connection. The connection between the logic of poker and, which is just other iterations of this, right? Again, you can't get away from this. Anybody who tells me that this is different is like, been watching too many episodes of Breaking Bad. So, at this stack level, 20 big blinds, those are the actual number of chips, and these are in big blind space. It's just telling us our relative sizes to each other. I don't know, why did it switch? I have no idea why this switched over here, everyone. See, that's how fives are supposed to fail right there. Dang it. Yeah, I'll get over it. They wanted to get us over to the lobby. I know what happened. Oops. So I'm in like 10th place here. Jesus. Disaster that would have been. Yeah, very funny. Me playing in position here. We're close enough, I don't play tournaments enough and I don't play stakes enough. So actually, in poker space, right? If I'm poker professional, of course, in a tournament of this size, you're trying to win, of course. And of course, it'd be great if I won, but, I don't have that expectation. That's just not my expectations. That's like unreasonable. However, right, is absolutely reasonable. Some stuff has to go right. But, this one hand here, and I'm just stalling for showboating, right? This is obviously garbage, but so I'm going to fold. But from 231 to 162 is not that much, right? I mean, for example, that previous hand, which was 7-8 big blinds, right? Which, was enough to go from, the brink of losing up 70 spots. So, so I've pretty much exceeded my expectations already, right? 365 entries. Right, there are 1,444 entries. I mean, now something stupid has happened here with my computer. All right, there, that's better. All right. I'll be back. That's where we are. One way or another. We're going to be in the money or not. Back now, does this happen here? Oh yeah, what happened? Wall Street bets pushed up the stock, etc., thinking that an insider was sitting there buying a ton of stock. And instead, what ended up happening? Yeah, he front ran, And then it went out on Wall Street bets, probably in a coordinated way, up one, but of which you should have zero surprise. If you followed this, you can easily get to this. Easy. Somebody in the professional market understood that there's the dichotomy existed. The reality is Bed Bath & Beyond is trading on pennies to the dollar. Pennies. And by pennies, I'm not talking about 100 pennies to the dollar. I'm talking about 25 cents, I want to say I heard once. And of that, I'm 1 degree removed, which means I could be too high. My point here is that and now we're to the punchline. I'm not saying that speculation about in and of itself is inherently wrong. It's fun, it's exciting, etc., etc. It's romantic, and people, can get these gains. All I'm saying is you need to fully understand, go in here with your eyes wide open. If you've been lucky, you needed to evaluate what happened when you caught lightning in a bottle. 5 units turned into 23 units. And I'm shedding light on how far down the totem pole you are on the information. You need to think about whether or not it's time to cut and run here. Whether it's prudent to continue. Oh, well, because you know what? These prices tell you that there's a buyer here at 20. Somebody got left holding the bag. You may think that I'm just throwing a rock or throwing mud at people just because, oh, well, you're clueless. You have no idea. No, this happens all the time in different walks of life. And you can see on Jay's Corner, my favorite video on Jay's Corner is this video here, where a young poker professional, expert, indisputable expert, still did this. Random pieces of paper. Much bigger. A background, his professional knowledge.
Because I knew that when rates in heads up was very high, like upwards of double digits in big blinds, but that's versus someone that doesn't study. And that's in a different player pool, and that's not where there's public attention and media.
The first error was pretty serious because the poker professional actually underestimated the ability of the recreational player. This specific recreational player is just not any guy. This specific recreational player's professional background was dealing with scenarios where the number of moving parts is much bigger than 52 random pieces of paper. Much bigger. A background, his professional knowledge. Whoops. There's always a snafu. So my point here is that, this is not throwing a rock here at this young person. He's an expert. That's indisputable. I'm not even going to go there. But my point is that this person also, even with his degree of expertise, had an overextension of what he thought his edge was. Now that's the expert. What about you, the retail investor, sitting here reading this as their only source of information in order to think that they have an edge to go to get this? Nowhere close. Nowhere close. So while I'm having no real say to say, okay, well, I have no opinion on Bed Bath & Beyond, other than the fact I get like an endless stream of coupons. It's worth $5 a share. I'm not sure if it's worth $23 a share. All I do know is that if you happen to be in this spot and buying, and then you happen for it to go up to here, you need to understand how far down the totem pole you are on the food chain of information, and then act accordingly and not fall into this area over here where you're overestimating what you think your edge might be. And that's the bottom line.
This is me ripping on Landon Tice.
Okay, now for the show. And oh yeah, we're going to go one last point here. And you know, I did not randomly, this is a very important thing here because it is not only Landon Tice. It is not only Landon Tice, and the link.
I'm all in here.
Ace
10 off.
This one. This slide here.
And
this particular businessman was oil trader. And we are now to Jay Powell. So actually today I gave some thought to, you know, the way this.
I'm sitting here scrambling around. You're missing it. Gets through. Ace 10 off. So,
sorry about that, everybody. I sweat that by myself.
I sweat that one by myself. Ace 10 off is what I had. I shipped. Everyone folded. We're close enough now, right? You can see it. Pick me, pick me. And the market is open. So, it's not great timing. It isn't, it isn't. Yeah, not surprising, right? We're going to get to it in a second after I fold. Right, equities sharply lower here at the right at the open. Nasdaq down 1%, S&P 500 down 32 points, oil down $0.50, the 10-year note higher by 2.4%. This is the combination. I wanted to see what the follow through would be from Friday right late in the day. I'm going to try to arrange the display here a bit. Not quite strong enough. We're not out of the woods by any means, but we are in it. At least enough in it to the money anyway. You can see it here. All right, now you got a front row view. So I'm looking at this as well. Those markets on your right-hand panel are live. Right, so there's going to be the delay, but you can see the opening prints here are all minus, which is not a surprise, really. Now we'll be having to see how much of this is real and not. You know, these first prints are noisy. Not much you could do. Flop top pair, but ace against aces. Negative. Also negative. very dicey now. We're getting down to the end. Ish. By end, I'm talking about to the 162. I'm not talking about number one. No, just those like, it's like 10 times the big blinds that we do. Yeah, I'm not sure if to make too much of this. My personal view is I don't have a view. So you can see the field is getting crushed down here. Big stack imposing himself on the table. Which makes total sense. Everyone has to fold if they don't have a very good hand. Boy. If this is blind on blind, it's a rip. Question is who's going to... All right. It was not just call there. That was either just rip or... What was the smallest small blind raise I could make and have the person fold? 2.2. So it makes total sense what I was showing you on the ledger there, on that panel. Right. Asia would not have seen it close. Right. They're running US dollar assets. Right. So that makes complete sense. We're going to have, it's going to be very noisy here. Asia was closed at the time that Jay Powell spoke. So they had all weekend and watched the market drop by, they opened their newspaper and to find out that it's, minus 4%. This isn't awful. I'm just going to say this isn't awful. What I see on the screen right now is not awful. There are your metrics there, everyone. $1,444 entrants. We're down to 268. 1 out of 7. If you told me top 14, 15% at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the stream, I probably would have said 1 out of 7. Probably wouldn't have said that is, my spot on the ledger, right? Probably not. Too inexperienced. I don't play these stakes. Let's tell you. All right, everyone. This, however, this looks to be it. Wish us luck. Let's hit a 7. Or let's run into something worse and hold. Brick. No ace, no king. No ace, no king. The full double. The stream lives. The stream lives. The stream lives. And go from short stack to not short stack. Right, I get to play a hand or two here. Queen would not be good for... Let's do it this way. Jack 4, unfortunately, I cannot continue here. And I want to fold, but I'm going to have to fold to all in, obviously. And my job is just to pressure this person to give up his blinds. It almost... Did it even matter what I was going to be on? Yeah, 5-9 offsuit. So. Ah. Can I sneak in with a 1? Problem with the small bet. We're talking about big stack here on the small blind. We ship you out. Either of these two feeling the pressure on short stacks. So we're going to be caught in this, kind of conundrum a bit. See, what am I going to do against 5.5? That's the problem here. So I'm certainly not, yeah. Any old heart will do. Rich get richer. We're going to have that. I see I would have failed there. On the break, I had the video about Bed Bath & Beyond. Right. And so the important thing about it is the fact that, you might think that you've got an edge. You need to be realistic about what your edge actually is. So we're here at this point in the tournament, 1,400 entries. 1,444 was the number, right? Up on the upper right-hand side of your corner of your screen. We're down to 241. That makes me, 1 out of 6? 1 out of 7, 1 out of 7, between 1 out of 7, 1 out of 8, right? 1 out of 6 and 1 out of 7, sorry. The people are paying $600 to enter the tournament. How many am I really better than 16%, 17%? Am I 1 out of 7 out of this field? Probably not. It's a fact, right? Right, because these people are willing to part with $630, which I was not for myself. So, there are other people who qualified like myself, sure. So I'm going to be pretty satisfied here with lots of results. That's not to say that I absolutely need to find some spots here, right? This is not, winning is out of the question, but making the money is now as a result of the flip with sevens beating ace king. That became a lot more within the realm of possibility. So the reality is that over on the left here, as I thought, Asia closed. Asia closed at the time that the last hour, very difficult to expect, green on the lower left-hand side of your screen. That's live. Give you an idea, S&P futures minus 33 points, which is 0.81%. Crude minus 24, almost nothing. And the 10-year note higher by 2 basis points. I get a walk. Nothing better than a walk. That's my, I'll take the full. I'll take the full blind from the 2.3 big blind bigs. Absolutely. King 9 is decent, but troublesome. It can be troublesome. So, not the easiest of spots. This is obviously a good hand and a very good position. I want to see these big stacks out. Big stacks out, please. Nope. No. I'm going to sit this to the side, actually. So this is me deviating, right? I'm going to deviate here. I could rip here on him. And one of these guys have a hand and then I'm crippled. Oh, God dang it. So as you could imagine, they're dropping like flies. 229 left. Yeah, at some point, we're going to start getting hurt. I don't think Jack 8's going to survive here. Ace wins. So this is the kind of thing that, people are like, oh, well, I haven't released the short yet. Okay, I've not. But, I saw the other day on thestreet.com, which is the website, somebody was like, well, in the long run, this, that, or the other. But again, right? That's all nice and well and good. But your $100 that you started at the beginning of the year is now going to be $84.83. Okay. The point of what I actually do for a living is the fact of combining that with other of the line items in someone's financial setup. Right? There are lots of other pieces going on here. This is not just, equities.
All right. So I'm going to try to raise to force as many people out. It's going to have to be a slightly... we got some big stacks around. So... But we're not likely to set this down. We're not likely to set this down. Questions here, the button. If you raise, I'm going to ship on him. Gotta die something. It's not going to get better in this flop. It really isn't. This is a risky play, obviously. I told you I was going to deviate. Surprise, surprise, right? Because, you know, the candid reason is I wouldn't be able to stand up to any extra heat from him. Not a bit. So I just preempted him. You know, he doesn't want to double me up. What happens if I had a, you know, two pair or a set? So, you know, that's why I concluded that the plan was just to open rip on him. Think the table took notice? But I told you this in advance that I was gonna rip on him, right? That because if he had a king, he's calling. He was gonna call. So if you have three kings, and how was I going to improve? You know, Jack was not. I wanted him to fold off the bet on the flop. For him to take the flop bet was a little surprising. I was like, eee. But I concluded that, you know, he was just protecting his position, which was him, you know, obviously on the button in the most favored spot. I'm like, nah. So 1444 entries, 1,444 entries, down to 210. I've been here most of the afternoon after qualifying. So for newcomers here, you know, basically I was, you know, I wake up at
6, 7 every single day, at the latest, right? And 7 days a week. That's my reality. So I woke up today. I'm sitting there, YouTube this, analytics that, emails this, working on some documents and this, that, and the other. And, it's not that fun, to be candid with you. Sometimes not that fun, so I need diversion. Yesterday I was in a season-long fantasy football, the first time I've ever drawn for such a thing. That was kind of interesting. I reviewed its likenesses to financial planning matters and financial topics as well. Check out the stream there on different topics. And, I'm not a frequent streamer here because as you can see on the left-hand column of your screen, right? This isn't poker advice either, right? It's not financial advice. It's also definitely not poker advice. I'm not sure I'm pretty sure you're off the script, nines with king and jack on the board at the turn. I'm pretty sure that's off the script. I don't know the person from Adam, obviously, so that's not my concern. I got 10 minutes to break here. So back to the left-hand side of the screen, right? I mean, stable after the open drop. So basically, NASDAQ down 1% almost immediately. A little bit more than that, 1.2% or so. And now stable. So, there's your framework for the open. So basically what ends up happening is people are going to be looking for frameworks. And I'm going to show you this, I'm going to show you this screen when over the break here. And, you may think that financial markets and, investment world, et cetera, is a bunch of hocus pocus and people aren't doing things that look a lot like you, but you'd be very, very wrong. And I'm going to show you. Nobody watching. Kidding. All right, let's see. I don't want to be pissed off position here. Don't y'all know I'm running a video? I'm running a video over here. I'm trying to help these people get financially fluent since they're not mystified. Dang, man. The stream probably wants me to pay attention. Yeah, there's the things. Am I gonna, I don't know. At some point here, we're going to have to probably, If he ships, I call. If he ships, I fold. If he ships, I call. It's just the way it's going to have to go. Go ahead. If you think I'm folding, you're wrong. At this point, until we get to 162 people, I don't want calls. Right? I mean, again, I don't play tournaments like, I don't grind out tournaments. I don't grind out online cash, etc., etc. I played the qualifier on a whim. Right? So, my goodness. Wow. Oops. I'm not calling Jack. That is a very good flop. It's probably best that I didn't even see that, right? Come on, man. I wanted to steal the blind from him. I'm like base 78 big blinds with 7-6 offsuit. Dang it. Yeah, I think, so again, the left-hand side of the screen here is telling you that, the market continued lower from Friday's last. So Friday was a weekday. And then again, as I said a couple of hours ago, maybe, hour and a half ago, key thing here is, that last hour, 3 to 4, is very important because this is when orders fill from mutual funds, number one. And number two, what ends up happening is what people don't understand is that there's a financing market for stocks. So you've heard of this thing called short covering and short squeeze. You've seen this in Reddit or some kind of, if you were, a new person with diamond hands or hodler, hold on for dear life. What happens in the late afternoon? Let's say you have borrowed money. You're short my wallet. right? Well, if you're short one share of my wallet, what happens is at the end of the day, let's say my wallet rose in price by 10%. You need to cover with collateral to the person who lent you my share of my wallet. That's what short covering is. So basically, there's a financing leg here when you want to be short a share of my wallet.com or whatever it would be. Man, would a jack be nasty? A queen would have been even nastier. So what happens at the end of the day, all the financing books, they all get reconciled and they go, who owes me money? Who owes me money? They pick up the phone, send me your money you owe me because you're short. Or because I've lent you money, they need to get it back. All of that stuff happens between 2:30 to 4. So what ends up happening is something that's very illiquid or has gone one way. Now everyone takes account of their ledger and they go, oh, that guy owes me money over there. Right? And so what ends up happening is what's normally a very dicey world. All right. Any non-king. All right. All right, everybody. I'm going to go on break. I'm going to show you this. This is important stuff. You think I'm making it up, right? People think that, financial markets are a bunch of hocus pocus and people making stuff up, right? I get all that. I get all of that. It's also entirely wrong. You'll see how close this it actually is. I'm going to show you this. No, not you. You. One of these days I'll figure out how to run OBS correctly. Today's not that day.
And 41.21, and we are in between these. The market is in an indecision zone or a thinly traded zone, and it's likely to make some aggressive moves this morning, compounded by the fact that the Fed's chair has to answer the question, what are you going to do in September? And the expectation is that in September they will raise 75 basis points so that they can pause, so they can stay out of the politics of the election. So the election in November. So that's how things look this morning. We're opening out of range. We're in between this whole week's range and all of last week's range. We're stuck in a zone in between, the gap zone. And because it's a gap zone, it's likely to entice traders to take positions in either direction. So I'm expecting the open to be pretty aggressive. If you're using, just very small stops, it's likely to trigger your stops this morning if you're wrong very quickly. 3-4 point stops won't mean much in this sort of environment. So that's what we're looking at for today. Just remember, once Jay Powell announces, the market is going to reprice. The yield curve is likely to make its move. The euro-dollar curve, yield curve is likely to make its move, and we'll see some movement in treasuries, gold, crude, and so on. And then it's Friday. So in the afternoon, it's likely to be lazy, and then we'll make some final adjustments in the last hour. So my point being, just don't overtrade. It's very easy to overtrade today. And if you decide to jump in right at the open, it's very easy to put yourself in a position where you have to dig yourself out for the rest of the session. So, and there's a lot of headline risk after the open. So to me, it just seems like it would be smart to wait until Jay Powell does his thing, wait for the market to make its move and reprice, and then wait for your setups to show up and trade the setups the best you can. Okay? Good luck. I will leave you with that. Don't forget to sign up for the giveaway next Wednesday. You can find that at edgeclear.com/deli, edgeclear.com/deli. The giveaway is 3 drones, 3 pretty nice drones. We'll be talking about man versus machine. It'll be a panel discussion with Scott Andrews and Anthony Cordelli about trading in a discretionary way versus using automated systems, and the possibility of using an automated system to diversify your own discretionary trading. So sign up. Again, 3 drones are going to be given away. edgeclear.com/deli. I will catch you on Monday. And if you're a convergent, I'll catch you in the Mavens channel. Take care.
It's all about time. 20 years since we last saw euro-dollar parity, 6 months of a ground war in Europe, and counting down less than 30 days to the next Fed decision. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. This week, contributors Larry Summers of Harvard on his reaction to Chair Jay Powell's Jackson Hole remarks.
Look, I think he did what he needed to do.
And former
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Let's see what we've got here. Let's shut this off. Okay. That's better there. If you're new here to the stream, welcome. It's the ACR 5 Sunday High Roller $500,000 guarantee. You can see that the pool is notably higher. On the left is abbreviated watch list. I still haven't gone to the bathroom. That's not good. So why don't I go now? Be right back. I'm back to a good hand. All right, so 18 to the money. Can't afford to be re-raised by him. Can't be afford to be re-raised by anybody, actually. So while obviously I'm in good shape to make the money, let's hope, knock on wood. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. That makes the decision notably easier. This person, you know, having to make a move here. So I'm folding. There it is. The ticker's in full flight. The reality is that, you know, the rest of the stuff is not really trading, you know, like at all. Because those are individual stocks and ETFs. They're not going to trade 24 hours. SPY is, QQQ is. Those are going to be, you know, open around the clock here. And again, stable here, minus 34 points on the S&P 500 futures. That's the big dog, right? I mean, that's the heavyweight, because this is the most diversified of them, of those stock index futures, right? But what I'm looking for is, you know, somebody made a comment on Fast Money the other day, which is on CNBC, which is on at 5 p.m. If people are interested in watching, you know, it is the singular show probably that does give you some thoughts about along what I've said here on these hours of the stream. You know, they're looking at the bigger picture. They're looking at the way that last video from the prior break was. That's important stuff, right? Because that's where the bigger pools of money are, not in, you know, whether or not Twitter's going to be bought. Nobody cares about Twitter. It doesn't register anywhere. Not, you know, can you be the individual trader of Twitter? Yeah, you can be. That is true. Can you make lots of money doing that, just trading Twitter in and out? Yeah, but you are, number one, you've got to have an edge. And number two, then you have to be right on top of that, you have to be correct, of which there's randomness involved. You know, and so, like I said, if we go back to the GameStop and AMC question, right? Okay, do you really have, you know, inside information, an edge on this lattice? You know, and that's okay. You can have made money, right? You could have made money and profited from a position, let's call it Twitter. Let's say you think that, you know, Elon's going to have to pony up. That's okay. But you have to understand there's other dynamics involved. And if you're caught up in that, you need to take stock of exactly what your edge is here during that exercise. In the same way, you know, not coincidentally, you know, identically to the idea that, you know, I'm not under an illusion here. Right? I'm 105th out of 175. So halfway out of, you know, there's 1,444 entrants. Right? And 162 get paid. You can see it there. Huge prize pool. $866,000 is the prize pool when the original guarantee was $500,000. Blew the doors off the prize pool. We're going to end pretty quickly here, right? Because the blinds are going to start creeping up very quickly here. The levels are shorter. The levels I want to say are going to be 10 minutes here. You know, towards the end of tournaments, that's generally what is going on. Let's just see. You can see on the right hand side of the screen, blah, 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 20 minutes of registration, high roller. It doesn't say. Doesn't say, nor do I care, right? I mean, so when you're inexperienced like me, as I said, you know, at certain points I'm gonna end up deviating, right? And deviating quite a lot. If you know, against the chip leader there, you could see king on the flop. I have a pair of nines, king 7, 3-7, king rainbow, jack on the turn. I shipped. He folded, you know, and I don't know what to tell you, right? I had to deviate at some point and pick a spot to deviate at some place. Now, you know, very unlikely that he's watching the stream. But a lot of that is like, I didn't think it was going to get any better than that, right? It was heads up. He's defending the button. So he could be defending it with any two and just trying to use his chip stack. So I kind of thought through that. And then I'm like, okay, I've got 3-7 king offsuit. Okay, is it really going to get better? Okay, jack, did that really change it? What draw would he have? Queen 10? And Queen 10 he calls. Queen 10 he would have called a small bet, right? He would have called a small C bet, which would have been, you know, within the context of the pot, but probably not on the other stuff, right? So anyway, doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter now. I'll try to check this, all these other things. You know, I'm not sure what is going on the upper right-hand corner. I'm not sure what happened. Just playing around, I think. So, you know, given my inexperience and given the fact that, you know, I'm not overestimating my edge, you're going to see me like, you know, it's pretty close to the edge, right? But I'm folding here. You know, you know, the deviation is also deviation on the conservative side here, right? And the snug side, I'm trying to leave nothing to chance here. Although, you know, I'm probably going to make it to 162, which is going to be nice because, like I said, I don't grind tournaments and stuff like that. And, you know, if I'm a professional player, you know, obviously my view of the world would be way different, way different. I'll tell you that one right now. I'm trying to fix this stuff. Not doing a very good job. Not doing a very good job, am I? So this is stress-free because I have to fold. I'm a moron, really. There's our lovely low. Like start over here. I'm not continuing here as the big tries it. Hopefully I get a premium when he tries his garbage some other time. Boo. I was like, what's this streamer doing? Doesn't know what the hell he's doing. There's a reason for that. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Thankfully, this is like some fairly low stress hands here. So we let 3 other people die. No reason for it to be us. Ah. Well, one nice thing is that during this period, I've had no hands to play. Jesus. I've got some other observations here about the flashing numbers there. And this actually I've not ever said, or no. Yeah, actually that's true. I've never said. The concern that the world should have, which isn't getting the press, is the following. So what ends up happening is the world is looking at which one is worth more, stocks or bonds. Okay. And the first quarter has been bad because bonds went down and stocks went down. Usually what ends up happening is people buy stocks and they sell the bonds to buy the stocks. Both went down. That's what's created the problem. Hours ago, I pointed out right now, year to date, best of class, minus 14.8% year to date. What was very weird on Friday, very weird. So I'm watching you're not necessarily caring because you can't control what the big money is going to do, right? The reason for showing you that video at the break is it gets no better than him as far as a day trader goes. I've watched day traders on, in the futures market. That's how the professional market works. Make no doubt about it, right? It's not like somebody rolled out their magic 8-ball and said, definitely yes. No. Right? He's looking at that in this terms. You could see that stuff on the right-hand side of the screen on his diagram. That's not a coincidence. And the reason I'm sitting here on this channel and why I've increased the number of channels, right? Because if you take a look at below my name, blah, 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 what do you get? You get GH2 Benefits, which is my professional services firm, but then you have MaximizeYourMedicare.com, which is my published book. First of all, don't write a book. That's not a great idea. The number of middlemen in book publishing is like insane. Anyway, not the point. Jay's corner is about the fact that the technique to consider and how Medicare works and all the different options and the payouts of insurance, which is a financial contract used, right? It's not, I didn't get anything from my insurance. Wrong framework. Whenever I hear somebody say that, I'm like, okay, that's all fine, but you realize that, an apple is not a vegetable, right? Anyway, back to this grid of numbers here that are showing flashing. So Friday you had stocks straight down. And weirdly, you had interest rates unchanged. That isn't something that I should have seen. I should not have seen that combination. Again, this is about combinations. Combinometrics. Someone's gonna have to teach me what word that is in poker speak. I saw it on Solve for Why. Berkey. Shout out to them. Shout out to them. By the way, that podcast. Here talk about stinks. Without Melissa Schubert on there, the Only Friends podcast, it stinks. Anyway, there's your shout out, Michelle or Melissa. She's the funniest by a really long distance. Anyway, the point here is that we should have seen money flowed out of stocks. They didn't go massively into bonds. So what happens when the worm turns? Let's say stocks go higher. This is the setup that I don't want to see. These are the kinds of combinations. Today's not financial advice. These are the kind of combinations I don't want to see. We're at hand by hand here. That's why the delay. So I'm going to have lots of time to talk. Because I'm going to be robo-folding, right? We're on the bubble. We're at the bubble. As I said to you, I'm in as a qualifier. I'm not a serious professional poker player by any means. That said, kind of similar to the other video from yesterday on this channel. Right, I posted it and it's up now, right? I played Daily Fantasy season long the first time ever. And the reason for it is because building the portfolio is very, very similar to the combination of the lines that you see below my contact information. If I had to tell you all the wrong stuff I see in social media and in the press and by crosstalk I hear in every setting, whether that be a professional setting or a social setting. Sometimes I wear earbuds because I have tinnitus, but there's a second reason so I can turn it loud so I don't hear any of this stuff. It is so wrong. I just can't even tell you. Oh, I paid money into my health insurance and never got anything of it. That wasn't the function. So now your metric is completely, wrong. This is like all sorts of crazy, right? As I said hours ago, I don't understand health insurance, so I asked my medical doctor. Oh my God. People say, oh, well, and what I say is like, you should never do that. That's like the worst possible idea. People say, okay, you're a doctor hater. Wrong. I liked food when I was a child. I grew up in medical household. That isn't the reason. The reason is that medical doctor is not sitting there thinking about this. They're thinking about Grey's Anatomy, not the TV show, The Book. I tell people, tongue deeply in cheek. Asking your doctor for health insurance advice is like asking your mechanic for whether or not Tesla is a buy at $900 a share. All right. Okay, we made the money. Well above expectation. We are in the money. Wonder what money we've made. I want to say it's somewhere. $1,212. Not bad. Not bad for way. I'm not sure if time adjusted. Time adjusted probably stinks. Still stinks for me. It stinks for me, right? It stinks for me. Somebody's gonna send me some legal document, and I'm gonna charge them, multiple hundreds of dollars, just to flip through it. And I'm not sure if it was a good use of time, financially to be on this stream, but. Okay, so now it's different, right? It's 160. You know, I don't care about these pay jumps here, to be candid with you, right? Because the flip side also is the case, right? If I'm a person that plays professionally, if I'm a person that pays professionally, so now we're going to get to some technicals, right? So you poker jocks, right? You're thinking about something called ICM considerations, which is basically, okay, now it's not in blind space chips, right? Our chips are not worth the same, right? Because you can see from the pay grid that's over on the right hand side of the screen, right? So for you non-poker players here, right, if you go up by one place, you may get a lot more money. So as a result, you got to be very careful about your place relative to the field and how the payouts work, right? So again, now basically another way of putting that, of course, right? Another way of putting that, of course, is, simply this, right? So in other words, this diagram has now changed, right? The diagram has now changed because now winning or losing a hand, probability adjusted, has a different, you've got P, which is your probability, but then you've got your difference in cash that you can win or not win if you are out of the tournament. And now you've got to you've got to think of it differently. And that's what the whole point of, this thing that's called ICM, International Chip Model, right, is kind of calculating for you. And that's the point. Well, boiled down, and this is the thing about every discipline has this, right? Which is that, there's jargon here, but to a statistician, to an engineer, what I've just described, they're like, huh? What are you, Jay, like some simpleton? They are. It's like you're like talking like jibber jabber off something that is so obvious. Why are you even talking? That's the way that they'll look at this. Right? And don't get me wrong, my stable, our stable over here of people of our contact lists, in different ages, I would say Rolodex, but the 26-year-olds don't know what a Rolodex is. But my point is, I've got persons who've forgotten more math during the last paragraph spoken than I've known in a lifetime. It's true. So dropping like flies as expected, right? Because people, I got my money, I'm out, right? And so now you see it, 140 odd left. I'm going to, of course, 14 blinds here. I'm not competing for the top, but nevertheless, there's no point of, I'm still going to deviate. I'm still, I'm looking for a spot to deviate. I deviated big time. You've already seen that hours ago against the chip leader who's directly across from me at the top of the screen. I'd already done that to get to this spot. That was probably the singular hand to get me to here. Looks better over here, right? There we go. So you can see when all these people were dropping like flies, right? I made $87. So that was my point here, right? Which was that the difference between 150 154th place and 153rd place here was $80, where it wasn't in different brackets. And so now all that has happened, right? All that has happened here, it's not, you know, multiple iterations, right? But it has changed basically. So now you've got P, but then you've got another then. I don't know what that dancing is. I want to say that's probably chipping up. Yeah. Right. So, you know, it's another bracket. So basically what's happened here is that we're just changing. ICM then is basically probability adjusting times the payouts on the far right. So you can see, you know, what it's doing. Hold on a second. I have to pay attention in full, you know. What's been very fortunate for people who play online, if you've seen my hands, this is the setup for deep run, right? This is the setup for deep run, right? All in with ace, king, ace, king flop, right? Sevens dodged ace, king. And then I bullied balled against the chip leader across the table. And that was it. Those 3 instances. That's literally it, right? So now we've chipped up to the next spot, which is a 1300. We're trillions of miles from the lead, right? So we're going to need it. If we're going to seriously play here, which is not still on the radar, right? It's still not on the radar. But my point here, so if we continue, which we will continue because you can see how similar the logic is. Right? I don't have much choice here. This is just chipping down. It's just chipping down. But you know, the fact of the matter is that you can remember for people, right, who play online. So $1,400, $13.86. So you can see each marginal hand from 136 to 135th now, then is a difference of what? $86, $84. Okay, so now, you know, my game's not adjusting here, right? Because mine was either like make money, don't make money, right? Because I don't have aspirations here to get first place. I'm too far behind, right? I mean, the guy up, the player up at the top, Severino, right, has 6 times my chips. So what are we going to say? Close. Real close. I'm sure somebody's grid says to rip this. I'm very sure of it. All right, we're almost done, by the way. I'm pretty convinced of that. You know, we will need some intervention here. We will need some intervention here. Right, so my intent here is not really about going higher on this grid over here. I candidly speaking, I don't really care that much about this grid. Right, the difference of, you know, $90, you know, if you'd like to give me $90, there's a contact form on one of those websites, you know, accept PayPal, and all that stuff, but that doesn't matter to me. I'm going to try, if I'm going to try to get to the second column over here, I'm going to end up having to rip, right? Well, 14 big blinds, I am the short stack at the table. So, not very complicated. Dropping like flies, and now I'm like towards the bottom, right? I mean, like I said, everyone's like, "Oh, I got my money back. I'm out." Right? And so they're thinking like to some degree, meaning that, how do I get up and up out of here? So I've locked up 1472. Obviously, happy with that, given my expectation. Right? So $14 big blinds enough though. $14 big blinds is enough. Until we get down to 10, somebody raises here, I'm still folding. And I realize, so I've broken the grid here twice, right? The King 8 offsuit under the gun. Jack 8 of hearts suited here. Now, the thing is that call is out of the question. So this is just fold or rip. And for me, we're not high up enough, and I'm not convinced. We've seen him play multiple hands here. I don't think we're going to be able to get him off this. I don't think that an open rip here is going to do us any good. Right, and then we're sitting with Jack high. I just don't think that that's going to work. I do not believe that's going to work here. So I'm going to fold. Well, so now, we're getting dangerously short, which is okay. I'm tired. First things first, I'm tired. Am I going to rip on him? Poker Mike's lost a lot of chips. A lot. I lost him over to Severino. I think he was just like dinking around. Right. So I'm going to fold. I have 9 high. This isn't the spot. Okay. Because I have a full orbit here. Right. Part of the reason for that is because, I get, 8 looks here at 1/10 of a blind because my chips are either all or none anyway. So, yeah, could I try to have steal? Yeah, but, I'm 9 high. So let's just wait. And even though, I'm, like I said, I'm dangerously short here. I get it. Right. So, of course, I'm ready to hit the all-in button. Absolutely. I'm not ready to hit it here, but. He passes. So we got distracted. Okay. So now some selling is picked up. Definitely lower. right? I reported to you NASDAQ down about 1%. It's now down 1.5%. You know, the issue here is during this Asia time frame, it is awfully thin. That doesn't mean non-productive for certain persons. Bitcoin down at $930. Let's talk about Bitcoin here. Okay, so the viability of blockchain is unquestioned, right? It's unquestioned. That, you know, non-traceable, non-repeatable, or not non-traceable, but, you know, cannot be counterfeited, cannot be changed. Your digital stamp is your digital stamp on a transaction when paid with crypto, with blockchain. That part is not disputed. The issue is two things. Number one is the speculative excess when you've got. I shouldn't be short stack. I got too many things to say about crypto, right? So when you're up at big numbers, so, you know, Jay with no low expectation has leveled up here, you know, multiple times, you know, doing not a lot. So you can't so I've locked up 1,500 and change. So anyway, the fact of the matter is that the whole thing with Luna and stuff like that, you have to remember that. You remember I was telling you at the beginning of this stream, beginning of the stream was this, right? Basically what ends up happening is when borrowing becomes too easy to execute, when you get to borrow at zero, all sorts of shenanigans happen. Everyone see the movie The Big Short, which was by Michael Lewis, who wrote Moneyball? You know, the housing crisis was because you had a person with non-verified income being able to, you know, buy a $500,000 house. All right, so I want to say this is it. You know, so in which case, what did you think was going to happen? When the money train stops and this thing starts to become an issue, right? You've got to unwind this whole thing. Right? When you start unwinding the whole thing, what is going to happen? How many people are in this tournament? I'm 107. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. I'm already up to the 1700. I'm not going to get too much better. I'm all in. Yeah, of course. Oh, good. Even better. I got the extra money and all right. Up we go. Sweet. Sweet. I'm here from, you know, tell me you're streaming from Michigan without telling me you're streaming from Michigan. Sweet. All right, so that whole Luna thing, and still today, you know, staking, you'll hear this staking, right? I mean, the fact is that this is still levered borrowing, period. I'm going to pay you 8%, 9%. Where do you think this money is coming from? Because this R that someone is, they're borrowing money from you at an R that they cannot if they call up JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs be like, hello, Daddy. I can't hear you. That's what they will say if, you know, the crypto guy calls them. So what do? They're offering an above market return for staking. Let's say, for example, however, you all cash in, and so, like, you know, this staking stuff, I need to be out. Let's say you all rush towards the exit. Well, they've got investments, and let's say during that period that investment has dropped. They've got to pay you back. They can't. Coinflex, etc., etc., etc. This is what ends up happening. This is not a new story. Right? That is not a new story. That's what happened in the housing crisis. This is just and what ends up happening is that the R gets contorted. And that entire borrowing process gets contorted, and then stuff gets out of whack. You get access to the excess. Access to the excess. That's basically what happened. This is a no for me. You know, what always makes me laugh? What is going on here? What's this security control shit? I've never seen that. All right. Well, obviously, we're in here. We're gonna have to. So this is the randomness involved, right? I mean, we're gonna accept the result, right? You know, if we lose from this spot, we've lost, and we'll call it a day. I'm hungry and tired. Like I said, something's funny here. I'm not, you know. So, you know, when people have gotten decimated here by speculating on crypto, what happened? Well, the denominator stopped working. There are many reasons I say stocks for show, bonds for dough. Many. Wow. Not sure what happened there. It's kind of a weird call. This is just because he's on small blind. You thought he was playing bully ball? Not sure if that was the hand that you call it with. But that could just be some frustration or trying to go for the kill. I think he made a mistake. I'm going to make him... mistakes are normal, right? You could, people on the stream here watching me play poker, you know, king 8 off under the gun, short stacked. You know, I was jack 10, small blind. You know, an orbit ago, passed. So we're here at ACR, America's Card Room. $500,000 guarantee. The pool is actually $688,000, as you can, or 866. 866. They blew away the pool, I think. I don't play often enough to know how much the pools get exceeded by. Maybe somebody can, you know, inform me. It seems like a big, you know, a lot more than the guaranteed minimum. you know. So, you know, the overnight traders are done, right? So now we're going to start coming up at, what time is it? It's like 7 p.m. on the East Coast, right? 8 o'clock on the East Coast. So, you know, the thing is Asia's going to start trickling in here. And they're not going to like the screens. I'm just saying. They're not going to like the screens. I'm going on break, and I need to actually have the break this time. See you in 5 minutes. Let's see if we can hit a hand. If we hit a couple hands, we could make a... Well, we can go up anyway. this stuff started trading at 6 p.m. Eastern time. 6 p.m. Eastern time it started trading. It will go all night. Of course it will. And then what happens is the ball gets handed over to Chicago, to the CME, which is the Mercantile Exchange, and all that kind of good stuff. I'm going to see if I can, I don't know. So the strategy now, well, we need some card selection. We are the low stack here, or second to lowest stack here at the table. We're not obviously not going to be pushing anyone around, but that said, 3-8 offsuit is a negative. So we're down to 10. Which is time. You know, everyone's short stacked. No one, you know, you're sitting there at 26, 28, 32. You're not going to want somebody to take 10 from you. Nobody's going to want this. And, you know, this is expected here. So we're going to have to tread carefully, of course. But it's 8:02. Nightly alarm to, if I'm taking a nap, to wake the heck up. Ooh, wait. We know that I'm going to have to rip it in here. Game of Thrones is going to start soon. Not going to miss that. This is not good enough. What's going on here? There's 108. So we've made it up to 1700. We got 100 is the next cutoff. And I don't care about that, like I said. We're not going to mess around here. So you'll see me taking my good old time here, because while I'm not of the same motivation as others, that, you know, there's no reason to, you know, no reason to squander away the money, right? If I can just sit here and wait for a little bit extra. So very easy to remember. We haven't been paying attention to this, right? And, you know, I've been explaining kind of, you know, in theory what the ICM looks like, right? It's obviously much more complicated than that, right? So, but what I'm talking about really for the channel as a whole, Jay's Corner, the newsletter, the free newsletter there, jo.substack.com, is, you know, this happens in financial topics, right? So you can understand under the Affordable Care Act in the United States, if you're in the United States, then basically, you know, you take a tax matter, you can understand what's going on, and your 29-year-old female with health insurance at zero. Well, you give away a free turn card? You don't, right? And, you know, now I've just boiled it down to you, right? I mean, yeah, you've got 3-9 offsuit, and you were in the big blind. You get and you got, you know, ace high on the board, you know, monotone, and you don't have it. That doesn't mean you fold for free, right? Somebody bets you, you know, insta fold. Of course you do. That's way different than folding, you know, prematurely. Right? You don't give away free options. Why? Because as low as the probability may be, it's not zero. No one said it was zero. Right? And so why would you? That's why these topics are interrelated. All right. The Affordable Care Act, that's a tax matter, everyone. Tax matter. That means that, your premium is based on your income, your annual income, not on how much money you have in the bank. So a story I told to a national conference of wealth managers in Nashville, what I told them is, look, there's a farmer in the thumb of Michigan. He sits on 100,000 acres. He can get health insurance at zero. Yeah, it's possible. Why? Because he has arranged his family farm business in such a way that he's drawing no income. Well, because of that no income, he doesn't pay for health. He gets a tax credit for health insurance. That can happen. And oh yeah, by the way, that's not, let's say he's 60 years old. That's $10,000 a year for zero. Now you're a 29-year-old male, right? You never go to the doctor. When I was 29, I never went to the doctor. Why? Everything's obvious. So it's like, I'm not sick. Okay. Don't go to the doctor. Yeah. But if I had a twin sister, which I do not. Yeah. But that person, however, can have a child. Right. So there is a medical event where they then have to reconsider. All right. So we continue to go down here. And I don't understand what has gone on here on the player pool here. Somehow, even though I've chipped down, other people have chipped down faster. Don't ask me. Okay. 1819 for not doing anything. These incremental differences are going to stay small. You can see it here. Pretty small. I'm not even showing the left column. They'll start to become meaningful then. They're not meaningful now. You can see the card distribution, not a lot that I was going to be doing anyway, right? So that happens. That's the randomness involved. Those are, dealing with the cards as dealt. This is, absolutely what I tell persons when they're considering their financial matters, right? There are certain things and certain times where the external environment does not allow. S&P down another 10 points. You can remember last time I updated you, it was 30 minus 36. It is now minus 46, minus 1.15. Still stable-ish, well within what I would have thought here, at the open, right? Based on this, right? So you saw that video that I showed at the break. They're measuring this. Okay, so we got some interesting stuff. What? You're not folding for 4, are you? For 1. Wow. What are we doing? What is going on here? He wanted to chip up, and yet he wanted to play the hand, but still have 1 at this level? That doesn't make any sense. I would love to know what this is about. I really would. I know it is. I guess it's because we're at 100. I don't know. So I have no idea what that was, to be candid with you. Nor do I care. All I know, I don't have any playable hands. That's for very certain. Oh my. Obviously, you can hear that, I'm not very stressed out about it. There's no metric here that I thought that I was gonna, caching would have been a huge benefit. I'm 94th is the actual live number. Why don't we just we'll post that up in a moment. So this could be the end. This can certainly be the end. Call and me win. Nope. Wow. You know, I think the 3 is just too low. Hate to give that up. Every chip's so important now. So these are going in, of course, right? Hey, cool. So you can see us, what are we, 88th? Well, got to win all ins in order to chip up here. You can see it's not going to get too much better than this, I don't think, right? Is there any way for it to get better than this? I wonder if do I get a phone call? I guess that's pretty bad in this day and age. Very, very bad implication in this day and age of online poker scandals of asking, do I get a phone call? There we are. Let's see. We're on delay. It's important to, not measure in dollars. So that's why you got this last column on the right here, which is percentage change, right? Because otherwise you get, bleary-eyed. This person over here is starting to pick up hands. This person over here is starting to become dangerous. You can see it. 10 ball corner pocket. Ball corner pocket. No need to look at the screen when you have 8-3 offsuit. And in a way, weirdly, you know, I'm sure it's just me. I'm sure that, you know, that you actual poker players are like saying no. Kind of me like looking to the side keeps me away from being fixated. You know what I'm saying? In other words, you know, I'm not like sitting there like getting as cross-eyed. So I'm like over here looking at my other computer as I'm updating a thumbnail. Which is literally what I'm doing. What's the price pool, by the way? Be nice if I actually got it right. 866. This is still no. Gross. I just do not understand this. Why is this miscentered? Someone's going to be sorely disappointed. Be sure to subscribe to the Substack, as usual. So, I've had nothing but horror stories here today on King Jack. They're going in. Like, wish us luck.